Please let me know.
Sir, please, we are sorry, or if you can kindly repeat yourself. Yeah, we plead, please.
Okay, so what I said
No
is that,
problem, sir.
right. Thank you. I think some of you have heard me. So
We don't have any other
um
option.
sorry. Oh. And the last time we met, before my line dropped, someone asked me a question that what should be his or her response if students ask about their religious orientation. That are they Christians, are they Muslims, are they religious? And my answer was that there is no problem affirming your religious identity to your students. That I am a Christian from the Catholic perspective or the Catholic denomination. I am a Muslim from the Al Sunnah community, or I am a Seventh day Adventist Christian. However, as a teacher of religion or RME, I look at issues objectively and do not teach to convert people into my faith. And even if the issue on the floor of discussion criticizes my religion or my faith negatively, as a teacher, it is my job to point out these issues. So my faith as a Christian or as a Muslim does not hinder. In fact, it rather even gets more enlightened and challenged by the things I teach and the things I study. And moreover, um, once religion is seen in action and not just by saying I'm a Christian, it is rather seen in your values, how you live with other people, and how you try to go by the values of that particular religion in which one belongs to. So I think that is what I would say to that question. And this question was a follow up to what somebody asked: am I a Christian? Yes, I was born a Christian, and um, I grew up as a Christian, and I still live by the teachings of Christianity, even though um, my study of religion has rather helped me to question and be more critical about my own religious practices and that of the group which I belong to an extent that I don't just feed on the things that I receive, but I question everything that I grew up to be doing and I am told to do. So, yes, that is the way you, as a student of religion, some of the benefits you are also going to derive. The course is going to give you a first-hand benefit of helping you to do a self-interrogation. There are things you do, which was just like you receive and you don't question them. But aspects of studying this course may ignite in you the passion to even do a critical examination of some of the practices that we have been engaging in, the things we have been believing in or we have been doing, which we never had the need of examining them or putting critical questions to them. And that is the way to grow and to become more and more mature in one's endeavors and one's religious beliefs. Right. So I gave you a question, an assignment as well that you should read on the unit 2 or the part 2, which is talking about the origins of religion. And when you look at the very beginning, the the theories on the origin of religion, theories, theories on the origin of religion. And the very first part identify the various theories. As you can see, as you saw from your material, we have the anthropological theories, and under anthropological theories, we have Herbert Spencer and E.B. Tyler, and then we have sociological theories, and the main one we look at is Emil Durkheim. Then we have psychological theories on the origin of religion, and we look at Sigmund Freud. But last week we looked at the meaning of the word theory, so we are not going to talk about that again. A theory simply has to do with a set of propositions that seeks to explain natural phenomena and the relationship that exists among these phenomena. So there could be set of ideas, set of principles or propositions or statements that have carefully weaved together to examine natural phenomena and to even explain their relationship. Importance or characteristics of theory are that one, it explains issues, events, natural phenomena or occurrences, and two, it predicts the possible occurrences of these phenomena. The natural phenomenon before us as student of religion is the phenomenon of beliefs and practices, what people engage in, that ideology, the sense of belief, or what we, by short of words, we call religion. Religion is a natural phenomenon. When we say a phenomenon, is a reality. It is something that we see people engaging in it. That we can point to things that are characteristics of religion, religious beliefs, artifacts, symbols, structures, um, food, dietary, all these things we put together help us to know religion. So religion is a phenomenon. Now, theories on the origin of religion, therefore, is going to help us to be able to explain aspects of this phenomenon. Now, the aspects of the phenomenon that we are going to look at in this class is the origin of the phenomenon. How did religion come about? How did it start? And it is a scientific exercise. It is not an intuitive. It's not something that we, as a student, we are saying we should go and sleep, and by the time we wake up, we would have dreamt, or God, or maybe somebody has revealed to us how the concept of religion came about. That is not the way in which we are going to study this phenomenon. We are rather going to look at how certain scholars have theorized, in other words, sat down and carefully done academic work in an effort to explain the genesis of this phenomenon. So, that is what we're going to do. We are not going to theorize any new theory. We are just going to study, discuss, read, and have a fair share of the thinkings that these figures have done on the subject of the origin of religion. So here, I expect you to think or drop our um our traditional, or if you like, my Christianity and your Islam, what it tells you. Islam has to do with Prophet Muhammad, who made a journey to the mountain and had an encounter with the angel of Allah. Or Christianity, which we know has to start with the coming of Jesus, or the call of Abraham, or God creating Adam and instituting the Sabbath. We need to drop these notions or these already knowledge that we have. What we are coming to look at We are rather thinking beyond personalities that existed even before the ones that we know in our own religions. And the hypothetical personality that we are coming to look at is called the primitive man or the primitive society. This is a hypothetical. When we say hypothetical, it means it is scholars that have just constructed that what how did the first man or the first group of people, how did they come by the knowledge of religion? Now we don't know even the names of the first group of people. So that is why they are hypothetical. We don't know even the names of the first group of people. So that is why they are hypothetical. And he or the primitive man or the primitive people. In other words, the very ancient human beings who lived so many years ago. How did these groups develop the notion or the practices of religion? And that is what we're going to look at. Now, these works of the works of these scholars started in the 19th century, and two main factors or development influence the research on the origins of religion. One of them is called scientific positivism. Scientific positivism. Now, scientific positivism, which was very popular in the 19th century, which emerged in the 19th century, the discovery of things, has to do with knowledge was that which can be seen, felt, and touched. So, scientific positivism, knowledge was truth, was that which can be proven, which can have a verifiability. So that which cannot be verified or which cannot be proven was not considered as truth or knowledge. And that is the meaning of scientific positivism. It talks about empiricism, that which can be seen, felt, and touched. Knowledge is that which can be justified, which can be explained. So this development or the scientific positivism would influence these scholars we have mentioned their name, Emil Durkheim, Sigmund Freud, and the others, to also follow some verifiable procedure to account for certain events or phenomena in nature. So they try to also follow a very systematic process to help account for how people became religious. The second factor is the theory of evolution. The theory of evolution also influenced the development of these origin theories on religion. Now, you know, evolution has to do with that life started from simple to complex, that things as we see today were not as it were millions of years or thousands of years ago. Started from a gradual or simple process and gradually developed to its apex or sophisticated level. Now, these are the two factors of the 19th century that influence the thoughts on the origins of religion. And we are going to see or experience positivism and evolution, even in the explanations that these scholars have given on the origins of religion. When we pick the first scholar, his name is Herbert Spencer, and his theory on the origin of religion has simply been termed as ghost theory. And we will get to know why his theory is termed as the ghost theory. But I'll pause here and take maybe few questions if you have any question on what I have discussed so far. Hello, guys.
Yes, sir.
Hello, doctor.
Hello,
Yes.
sir.
Yes. Any
Yes, we are with
question
you.
for me? Right. So, if you are following, I am just trying to say that um, in the 19th century, understanding of knowledge changed, understanding of what is truth changed. And the change that came was that truth was that which is verifiable. Knowledge became that which follows a systematic process and could be verified. Now, this feature influenced certain people to also engage in some um, academic study to prove how certain phenomena like religion came about. And so the first one we want to start with, if there is no question, is the ghost theory of Herbert Spencer. Now, because we don't have time, the title of Herbert Spencer book is referred to as the principle of psychology. Now, I have also mentioned the hypothetical man that we are looking at, which is called the primitive man. Now, when we say the primitive man, it simply refers to the earliest humans that ever lived. Now, these people, according to Spencer, um, made observations from nature. They were very observable people. They observed nature, and when they observed nature, they saw that certain things live or exist in pairs. And the term is called dualism in nature. They were able to sense or perceive what is termed as dualism in nature. And dualism in nature simply means that certain things exist. Today, the thing is there, another time it's not there. And when the thing is not there, it is assumed that it exists in another context. So they saw the appearance and the disappearance of the moon, for example, and the sun. They saw the egg and the chick. Now, when you see chickens, at some point in time, they didn't exist, but they were eggs. Now, the fact that we have eggs and we have chickens means that there exists some dualism. If it is not egg, then it was chicken. Now, if it is chicken, then it means it is no longer egg. So that is the dualism in which they saw in nature. Now, according to Spencer, the primitive people were very rational in terms of doing this. And so they make certain inferences. When we say inferences, it means that they derive some deductions from the things they observed in nature. Now, since they have observed that there are two aspects of nature, for example, day and night, moon and sun, the egg and the chicken or the chicks, this made them to also transfer these same inferences to their dreams. Now, in their dreams, they could see departed relatives in their dreams, and that made them to be convinced that they themselves or human beings are double. For example, you could dream and you are playing football. You could dream and you are harvesting your crops. These observations made them realize that no, human beings are also double, that there is an aspect of them that is even still active when they are asleep. According to Spencer, this experience even made them, especially when they saw their own dead relatives in their dreams, made them to realize, okay, this made them to realize that um, humans exist in double and that there is some form of existence after death, there is some form of life after death. And so the people that they encountered in their dreams, they referred to these ones as ghosts. Now, from this deduction, the people started to propitiate the souls of the dead relatives. Now, when we say propitiate, they offered them gifts, drinks, flowers at their graveyard just to make them happy. According to Spencer, over a long period of time, this practice developed into ghost worship, and the ghosts eventually became ghosts. And the idea of one god was derived from the idea of the worship of many gods. And so, for Spencer, the origin of religion can simply be situated in the practice of ancestor worship, that is, the propitiating of the souls of dead relatives, giving them gifts, drinks, and flowers, started the origins of religion. Right. I said I would leave you for a short meeting, so I will end here and join you back later. The guest I am expecting has just arrived. So please kindly read over this and the evaluation of um, Spencer's theory, but ask yourself questions. Are they mere speculations? Where can we criticize Spencer? Is he also being speculative, or he had scientific evidence to support he is keen in his claim?
Hello, colleagues. Please, when did he say he will return?
30
He said
minutes
by
time.
30 minutes.
In 30 minutes. Okay, thank you very much.
Please, oh, I think he said something I missed due to my network, and I was trying to ask him if he could repeat himself. I think he was about doing so when someone just answered, so it took him up. If it something necessary and it can be repeated by
He was just talking about his how he would break for meeting and come back. That was what he was talking about. Was asking permission that he will be leaving us and rejoin again. So he was asking if we will permit him. That was what he was talking about.
I'm very grateful, man. Thank you.
You are welcome.
Hello? So are we to wait for him? Or
I think he said we
Yes,
should.
so he said we to read the
You can leave a
theory of
reason.
origin.
You can leave a reason.
but this is my submission. When you look at the philosophy or the theory that he is reading, you could see that the theories they have given them a lot of names. For example, the Spencer one. He started with the ghost theory. He developed the theory in a book called The Principle of Psychology, published in 1855. Then in his theory, he uses dreams. It means religion, to define religion, they use dreams. Hello, am I online?
Yeah, you're listening.
Okay. then it means people who existed that time, they use dreams to define their religion. Let's say, for instance, the Catholics. They believe in saints. It means when somebody died with a good notion, they believe that the person is somebody that they can worship, and that really define their religion. Again, with our ancestors, our forefathers, when somebody died, they worship those people, thinking they have some belief in them. So I think that is that in that line of theory that Spencer used. So it means they believe in the reality that is the one living, and then hello,
Yeah, please, we are listening.
they believe in the living, and then at the same time they believe in those who are dead. That comes about the word duality. Therefore, he said in duality there is an existence of death. This form of exercise, he called it ghost. So in that own nature, they call it the dualism. Am I there?
Continue your presentation.
Okay. Therefore, he asks us to talk about mistakes. So in line of his mistake, it means their aspect they believe in only the ancestor worship as the origin of religion. But as Christians, we don't believe that. We believe Christians or Muslims believe in either Muhammad bringing religion or Jesus Christ bringing religion. That is what I know about. A little more I know about the Spanish theory.
Hello.
Hello.
Please, in your submission, you made mention of Catholics. Did I hear
Yes.
you right that you said Catholics worship the dead? Did I hear you say that?
I said they believe in saints, not they worship. They believe that there is somebody who is dead and the person does something well or good. So they believe that that person can be worshipped. That came about the name saints.
Okay, so
Hello.
to come in with the Catholic part,
Mm-hmm.
Catholics don't worship saints. We honor them.
Okay.
We don't worship. We don't
Okay.
worship saints. So
Okay.
even some people say Catholics worship Mary. We
Okay.
don't worship Mary. We honor
Okay.
Mary.
We Anna.
Just
Okay.
like the way, just like the way. Sorry to use this one-man churches. The
No, don't
way
worry.
they see
What we are
the way they
discussing
see
is
their pastors, yeah, the way they see their pastors and give them the title Papa and their wives as Mama, and even their pastors, some call them Daddy, Mommy. The way they honor them, bow before them, and all that. That is how Catholics also see the saints and also honor Mary. So we don't worship Mary, we honor Mary. Thank you.
Hello. Yeah, hello.
Yes, boss.
Good evening once again. Please, there's this thing that I want us to take care of, or we should take note. You see, in study of religion, like say the lecturer rightly said, so, we need to put aside our religious affiliation.
Yeah.
We need to bracket ourselves. You see, when our brother was making the submission, he made mention of like he was comparing the primitive to the Christianity and Muslims. That is correct, but to me, I think that we shouldn't even bring that idea of Christianity, Catholics, Pentecostals, anything in
Exactly.
our explanations. Because we will end up confusing ourselves. If we look at Spencer was trying to tell us how the primitive saw religion, how they saw religion at their time. Okay, so he was trying to tell us about how he was seeing things in double. So he spoke about egg and he spoke about chicks. So if there is no egg, then there will be chick. Then he was just comparing them. Okay, so he had a dream and there was a dead relative in the dream and hello.
At the beginning of it, I saw Mr. Marshall. What happened?
Is someone making suggestion or something?
Yes, I was asking question. I saw Mr. Maxwell or something at the beginning, but I lost the platform due to network.
He is in a meeting right now, so he said we should wait for him for about 30 minutes and he will get back to us. So we are just making some few discussions on our own and making some suggestions. So let us see religion from that angle. Let's come zero. I mean, let's come as if we have no idea about religion and then we want to study it from that angle. I think if we do that, we will get the understanding better and then we can answer any question that comes up. Thank you.
You are welcome.
Hello.
Yes, hello.
Hi.
Hello?
Yes. I would like to also add that sometimes the reason why you may have to bring one thing or the other is to be able to relate with the presentation.
Yes, that's right.
Because if you are unable to relate with the experiences that we have, we may not get the understanding. So what I will say is that we shouldn't take things emotional. So even somebody says something about your religion and it is wrong, we can even spare the person because the person is just trying to make sense of the presentation. But from the angle of our brother, I can see that it's like the concept that the doctor was trying to present, he hasn't actually gotten the depth of it. But what I see from doctor's end, like from his presentation, he is talking about a primitive man, even before the religion that we now know even came into being.
Yes.
So Spencer was trying to what he call pinch his theory on how religion came to be, on this dual nature of certain things that exist, and in his mind he think that it is because of the perception of this dual nature of certain entities that exist that the primitive man got the idea of religion, and which translate into their dreams and all that. And then from there, they went into worship of, those things that they believe existed. So that at this point in time does not have any link with Christianity and then what they call the religions that we now know. So we haven't gotten there as at now. So that is the little I also want to say. Thank you.
Then since we are coming up with all these things, then I think we should look at the evaluation of the theory. What do we think?
This is very important. That is what we have to be doing. That is, we should critique these theories. Yeah.
But let me come in. Please, with the ghost theory, when we want to bring it into reality, I think it's also happening in Ghana here.
It is.
Because I know some people who also practice that. There are people who even sometimes leave food, okay? They cook and then leave it for the gods. Not the gods, let's say the dead people.
They throw some
to come and then eat. Yes. People do practice this ghost theory thing. It's even in existence as of now, aside the Christianity and other thing.
They believe
People
It's not only Ghana. It's not only Ghana. It's something that is going on It's
But
the
I'm using
practice.
Ghana as an example because we are here, and that's what I'm. From the look of
Okay.
things, I've seen one or two things. Yeah, some people even when maybe they give birth to twins and one dies, sometimes they leave food for the one that is gone, the dead one, to come and then eat. Occasionally they do that. So I think that thing is even still happening in some parts of our jurisdiction here. So now, can somebody throw light on the evaluation of that theory? All right, please.
Hello.
Yeah, we are
Hello.
listening. Go on.
Hello.
Yes, based on the presentation Doc has made and what we have also added, I look at Spencer's work or the theory to relate more to the African tradition, traditional religion. Because when you look at ancestral worship, it has to do with those who practice Africa traditional religion. They believe in worshiping ancestors and all that. So I don't know whether what I've picked from the work or the theory I'm right.
Yes, it has some kind of relation for my
Yeah,
thinking.
sure. It
Yeah.
is. It has a relation with some of these things. But this ghost theory thing, if we are to drag it to my understanding, if we are to drag these ghost theories, we will end up finding all these ghost theories in all the religions we have in Ghana. I stand to be corrected, because even in Christianity we believe in ghosts, and then we do some things that shows that we also in a way pay some respect to the ghost and other things. So if we are to drag this whole ghost theory thing, my brothers and sisters, we will end up bringing other religions and other things into it. But in all, they all have relations. They all relate to each other. So you might think you are not observing it or you are not practicing it, but one way or the other, you might be practicing it. I hope I'm correct. So if that, we can also look at the evaluation of the theory. I think Mr. Daniel wanted to talk about it so that he can also take us through the evaluation of the theory. Let's look at if Spencer's theory was scientific or it isn't scientific. Then let's have that discussion on it before Doug comes.
Yeah, okay. So, like all of you have said, and then about what our sister was also saying. So, actually, all these that you have said, it actually comes to confirm Spencer's stand about what you call the origin of the belief, of religion, the origin of religion. So, all what you are saying confirms Spencer's what you call theory. But now, my question is this: in terms of the evaluation, for one, is it because according to Spencer's theory, he based everything on what they call empirical evidence, and according to his own evidence, it is that dual nature that made what they call the primitive man to have that perception of religion and began to follow, that part of worship and all that, but not on any other thing. But if I look at it very well, I can say that that is from my own perspective based on what I know. I know that there are certain incidences of other, let me say, appearances, like some mystical appearances to individuals. If I may relate it to issues of revelations and all that. And in the traditional setting, sometimes some people may have some figures appear to them and then tell them certain things, and that could reinforce this idea of what of religion. But Spencer did not add that to his theory. Why? Because he is dealing with empirical evidences. And so what I would have asked Spencer is, how about this particular aspect, which does not originate from, let's say, the perception of the dual nature that would prompt somebody to pursue worship in all religious practice, but this kind of revelations and some kind of spirit encounter. So I would have wished to ask the lecturer if Spencer has dealt with that aspect as well. And I know he wouldn't have done that. I don't know what you people will have to say on that too.
I think with your question,
Then write the question that when it comes to ask him.
Yeah, but I also
Very
think that as we go on, we might find the answer to your question, because you see, as theories comes like this, people try to build upon the theory. People like to object to some of the things in the theory and also build upon some of them. So I think going forward, we might meet your answer, but others, when Doug comes, you try to ask him.
Oh, what his submission is very good. You know, some theories are meant there to be criticized or things like that. So what he's trying to say, I was even lamenting on that. So that is part of the criticism of that theory. So let's jot it down. It's a very good point. If he comes, we put it before him. All right.
Please, I want to ask this question. If you sleep and you have a dream, and in your dream you are doing or you are performing an activity, does it make it dualism? Because I think yes, you yourself trying to replay the things that happen in the course of the day. So when I heard the word dualism, I was thinking about male, female, and other aspect of pairs in human creation. But my mind was not into you sleeping there and seeing yourself in a dream doing something that can be classified as dualism. So
Yeah, I think it confirms the theory of dualism, because how can you be sleeping and at the same time be picking eggs or something? So I think, from my understanding, since it is you yourself sleeping and at the same time the same person doing something else, it's kind of two. So that is the concept of dualism, because I think he says something like, from the primitive man's perspective, or they are seeing, they could see their relatives who were dead. And I think when the person died, they know where the person was buried. So how can someone buried, known to be out of this life, be performing elsewhere? So that is how it confirms the dualism. That's according to my understanding from what he says so far. Thank you.
Exactly,
So,
and
madam,
I think you are right. I think you are right. Exactly.
please,
Yeah,
going forward, please, hello.
yeah, I'm
Yeah,
listening,
going
please.
forward on Spencer's theory. I know Doc will touch on that. There's another person, Edward Bennett. He also built upon that theory of this of dream and other things, and he termed his theory to be animism. So I think that will be the next one that Doc will tackle on. So you will realize that when we sleep, we dream and all that. So there's some kind of animism in that, or animation. So I think that's the next topic. When he comes, he will build more light on the dreams aspect.
I think as we
Okay, so
await,
with what?
let's try to see if we can answer our brother, or we just try to bring our minds together. Because if we should wait till doctor comes, it means we have to keep quiet and uh, put our brother's question aside. But at
And
least
so
just
why
try
don't we read
to.
and then
I want to also contribute something to what my brother asked. So I also think that with the dualism he was talking about, it's just like what you said, and then what our sister and Brother Daniel said. Like you are seeing things in double, so you are here yourself in person, but you are seeing yourself elsewhere. Someone is dead and you are seeing the person at a different place performing an activity, which in a way you'll be like, nah, this thing there, sometimes it doesn't make sense. Why is it that this person is dead and then we can find the same person here? So it is one of those things. And you see, sometimes in life, you perform a certain activity, and after you performing the activity, you feel like, I did win the Asamayeda. This thing there, I feel like this thing there, I've done it before. So I think it confirms the theory about things being in dual form. Like if someone is alive, the person can still be somewhere while he or she sleeps. And others. Thank you.
I think adding something to it is I don't know. You see, we are looking at how religion began, the source of religion. So I think when they saw that someone haven't died and performing elsewhere in their dreams, they saw that person to be kind of powerful. I don't know, but in my from the account's perspective, you see, when someone dies, especially when the person dies and is seen to have been killed, mostly when the person is being buried, they add machetes and other things to the body that the person should take revenge. So I think when that thing happens and results actually were yielded, that they saw that they could be kind of honored, as our sister was trying to say somewhere. So with that kind of honoring them, when you come again to their concerts, and sometimes when people are going to sleep, they leave a cup of water outside that the ancestors will come, will have something to do. So I think with that honestly, I've not seen it before. I don't even want to say, but I've heard it before that sometimes they leave food in the kitchen with everybody sleeping in the door securely locked, but they will wake up and they will find that somebody has come to eat the food or drink the water. So with that thing happening and then them seeing result, I think that is when they perceive that religion could begin from there. So like the source of religion, that is how it came from there, from my understanding. Thank you.
Hello, good evening, colleagues. Please, can I
Good
ask a
evening.
question? Please, I didn't
Okay.
join from the onset, so all that we're discussing, I'm unable to get the genesis of it. Could you please throw more light on where we started from and how far we've come so that I'll be able to link? Thank you.
So, okay, Auntie Sylvia, I think we are beginning from the second chapter, which is the origin of religion. And his doctor was talking about one
Okay.
Herbert
Please
Spencer.
mute your background. Who is that? Oh.
The doctor was talking about one Herbert Spencer who propounded a theory and called it ghost theory. From his theory, he said that the primitive man, that is the focus of our discussion, saw things to be happening in duos, like in twos. So they gave example like they could see the sun rise in the morning and then in the evening it will be the moon. They could see egg today, it will hatch into a chick tomorrow. and the same chick will lay egg. So they saw life to be continuing that way. They also related it to relatives who died, and they saw them in their dreams performing certain activities. So the religion from Spencer's view began from there, that since things were happening in twos, it meant that life could end somewhere, but at the same time be going on elsewhere. So with that, those people who saw their relatives, they try to propitiate them and honor them, as we also later came with a new word. So we ended there, and I think he said he'll be with it, but we should try with the discussions. Thank you.
Oh, you're such a darling. Thank you so much. Okay. I'm very grateful. God bless you.
Can I talk? Please, so when we come to Christianity, we knew Jesus died and he rose on the third day. And after the resurrection, he appeared to is it Mary Magdalene? And she saw her on her way. So can we link that to this theory that we are talking about? As for her, she saw her physically, and this one too, we say we will have a dream, you will see the people that are gone performing an activity. So in that context, can we link it to this theory?
Hello.
Hi.
Yeah, my sister. Why it will be difficult is that what you say that she was seen physically, that is still being debated, because scientifically people will not accept that he was seen what you call physically. So that is something that is if only it can be accepted as fact, it should be investigated, and then what do you call it should have evidence to back it for people to accept. And as at now, I don't know if there is any. So it is still something that is being debated upon. Hey. And then, if only, let's take it that it were confirmed that it is true, then that would have made Spencer's theory to be what wrong or invalid. But as far as now, we do not have the evidence that has been authoritatively accepted as a fact, as you are saying. Spencer's theory, still stands. That's my my take.
I think helping my sister
Please,
out.
can I come in?
Okay.
Hmm.
Come
All
in.
right. Auntie Lydia,
Smile.
I can agree with Spencer's theory. The reason being that it is something I've once experienced. It. Somewhere in 2000, after my father died, I dreamt, and in the dream, my father had told me exactly what happened to him before he died. And in the dream, I was there with him, and I realized that his spirit had left his body and was standing beside me and was showing me those who were involved in his death. In the dream, he gave me a check that I should go and cash out. Now, where he was saving was ADB, and I'm with Ghana Commercial Bank. So in the dream, I became confused. Then I left his body and I was walking on the streets with a check. So I met a certain man who mentioned my name and asked me why I was crying. And I told him that I was there with my father. He has passed on, but he gave this to me. Unfortunately, I'm not saving with ADB, so I don't know how I'm going to get the money. The man took the check, wrote on it, and told me to go and get the money. You know what? When my father's funeral was done and his will, we shared the stuff. The money that I saw on the check in the dream was the exact amount of money I had.
Wow.
Please, are you following?
Wow. Yeah.
So
Wow.
some
Wow.
of these things,
Interesting.
it goes beyond human thinking. Some of these things,
So ghosts do
though we
exist.
are Christians, oh yes, they do. Oh, they do.
Yeah.
You know, when he died, in the middle of the night, around 1 o'clock, he would come and knock at my window. Then, as soon as I wake up, then my thoughts will tell me that it was my father. But strangely, I was never afraid. Until my father died, I was somebody who wouldn't believe in some of these things. But I experienced myself. I dreamt, and when my mother also died, I dreamt, and there was a fountain of honey gushing out. There was fountain of honey gushing out, but then I was seriously sick. There is something called oseye. Oseye was all over my body, and we tried. They said what we could use to cure it was to grind face towel and mix it with the local egg, asantikosia, which was just impossible. I went to my mother when she was laid in state and nobody was there. Spoke with my mother that she was the one who would have taken care of me, and now she's gone. She knows I have nobody. So as she's going, so some I do, on Maya, or you know. By the time she was buried on that day, the way my body was itching strangely stopped. Then when I saw the fountain of Annie in my dream, I was admiring it. She told me, I was telling her, Mama, look. She said, don't you know you are the reason for which this thing is gushing out? Before I opened my mouth, she pushed me into the Annie, the fountain of Annie, and to God be the glory. Since then, my life turned around to sweetness, you know. So some of these
Wow.
things,
And no Samampa.
Wow.
you know, all the prayers that weren't being answered, right after that time, everything became answered, you know. So some of these things, my dear, they are real. So I agree with Spencer. Okay, thank you so much.
Hello. Let me quickly chip this thing. Like
Hey,
our
please,
sisters.
so some of us leave alone. This one that you are talking about ghosts, we beg.
Oh,
Let me
don't be afraid. You've not done anything to anybody to hurt you.
In Jesus' name, amen.
Don't be afraid. There is no scientific proof.
now our sister. No, your experience. If you are going to link it with Spencer's theory, then you have to accept that it has no spiritual, let me say, connotation, and it will just be like maybe a replay of maybe what has happened to you, which has no spiritual link.
Yes.
Because according to Spencer's theory,
Really?
yes, Spencer does not believe that those things exist in reality, but he sees it as a
Oh,
replay
okay.
of circumstances of our life that comes back to us, which we think of it as something spiritual. That is what Spencer is trying to say. So, with your experience, if you believe in your experience and you believe in the reality of spirituality, as you are saying, then it means you are just trying to put something across that actually criticizes Spencer's theory.
Oh, then it means I didn't get his theory very, very, very well. That's why.
Because his theory is trying to say that the experiences that we go through replay back when we go to sleep. So it comes to us like dreams, and scientists accept that as normal life, which has no direct spiritual link. So if in your experiences, you believe in your experiences and you see it as a reality which has a connection with spirituality, that means that it is a criticism against what they call Spencer's theory, because he sees it as a mere normal life that is in replay.
But sir, can't it be related to what I'm saying? Because
Because
is
you
it
brought
not also a replay?
Very well. If you accept it that way, then you are right. Then you can relate it to that. But if you are taking it like a spiritual sense of a sort, and you believe in it as something that is like what we normally believe in the spiritual circle, then it will be opposite to what Spencer is saying. But if you see it as a replay of life, as Spencer is saying, then your own agrees with Spencer.
Hello.
Oh, okay. Thank you so much, sir.
Please, I think rather Spencer is talking about the ghost theory.
But when you look at dreams very well, dreams have to do with spirituality. If you take a critical look at dreams, there's some kind of linkage or connection with spirituality.
Yes, but
Sir, I think you are right.
because what my brother just said, it's a day activity that we recall. One time we were sitting down talking with my sister, she was pregnant. We just spoke about pregnancy. The next morning, I had a dream. She was pregnant and the kids were plenty in her stomach, walking. So, like the next morning, when I told her, she said, "What we spoke about, that's what I sent it into the dream." But the spiritual aspect too is there. So I agree with this, my brother, that that's what my brother said. And the Spencer theory, if you bring in the spirituality, means you don't agree with Spencer.
Exactly.
Then please let me ask this question. Those who take Lotto, they dream they see some numbers. In reality, they take it and they win. What about that one too?
That one, it could be that they worked. A lot of the Lotto stickers, they
No,
for it.
they didn't. No, there are
They always
instances where people claim that
like
they got the numbers from their dead relatives and
From their
whatever.
grandmothers and
Yes,
such,
and
yeah.
yes, and it's true. My mother was
Mm.
um, my mother was a living example. When my father died, every year of his death, this man came to give her some little numbers. At first, she didn't take them seriously until one day she tried them and then she won. You see that? Yes.
Wow.
what we are saying that if you bring in the spiritual,
Please, has the numbers still be coming?
My mom
So
is
that
no more, so
I DM you. I DM you. Now the
my
system is
mom is
that.
no more. My mom is no more, so so the numbers do not come.
Please tell the man that he should bring it now. He has one squad.
Then we have to go and perform
Don't say
salivation.
it
Please,
So
out
UCC
loud.
is recording all that.
so if you bring in the spiritual aspect, it means you
UCC
don't
is
agree
recording
with
all that. National.
We are making discussions. So this one I don't think it's something bad.
so you see, I'm kind of wondering a little why people are not attributing Spencer's work to spirituality or spiritualism. Because these things that we are saying, they don't happen physically. And if they are not happening physically, then they are in the spirit realm. I don't know whether someone agrees with me. Hello, guys.
We are with
We are
you.
listening,
So,
bro.
so
We are
I
listening.
agree with you. I
Yeah.
agree
Yes,
with
we are here.
you.
So I'm wondering because to Spencer, he believes in humans having another form elsewhere, and that is not physical. This brought back to, I mean, we seeing ourselves in dreams and whatever. So if sometimes we believe that dreams come as maybe a replica of activities that happen during the day from our mind, then so be it. But if they are not
Please, I
intended
don't
to,
know if it is my mic, but I hardly hear you.
oh, okay.
Yes, it's true. It's
Hello.
difficult. Yes.
Is it better?
Yes, please. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
I was saying that if we consider
Sir
Spencer's work,
is also in spirit right now.
if we consider Spencer's work, where he believes in dreams and another for bringing about the dualism, and I'm saying that these things that happen, like dreams and whatever, we don't see it physically. And one may contend that there are maybe replica of activities that happen during the day and the brain or the mind is playing them back. Fine. One can also argue that since we believe that even when people die, they appear having some activities with us. Sometimes these activities may not have happened in reality before, but we see them somewhere with us doing something. Then it means that there is a spirit realm somewhere. So I'm confused about people saying Spencer's work is not having something to do with spirituality. I don't know if somebody can clarify that for me. Thank you.
Please, I think the way it's confusing because
Hello.
doing that. It's not that when you just leave, you know.
Hello.
Madam Francisca, please. We hardly hear you. I hardly hear from you. Please.
I said the whole thing is confusing because Spencer's own does not link with spirituality. But before you dream, so like spirit is not in the body. Sometimes you dream that somewhere you were walking, you are doing some tedious at that point in time, it was the body that was lying down, but the spirit wasn't in.
Then also something just came up my mind. Hello, sorry to keep in.
Can
I was
I contribute to what Mr. Daniel said?
please I don't know if I can run that concerning mine. I'm asking, supposing we say dreams are replica of whatever has happened or whatever has happened during the day, then how is it that sometimes in dreams um they can tell us what is to happen in future, what is yet to happen? This means that those things have not happened, they are yet to happen. So if we believe that dreams are only a replica of what has happened, then how is it that they are able to tell us what is to happen in future? I don't know if somebody understands me.
Yes,
Yeah,
yes.
I understand what you want to say. So you want to say that before the things happen, we see them in the dreams first. Yet they
Yes.
are saying that dreams are not spiritual, right?
Yeah, and that there are things that have happened before,
Yeah,
supposedly.
or something happening on earth, and then we just send them
Yes.
to dreams.
Which is
May I
very good.
think a reason why they will say that is, you see, sometimes I'm just citing an example. Sometimes you will be sleeping and then you leave your TV or your music on. The music will be playing while you sleep, and in your dream you will still hear the music playing, and then you maybe have a dream that you are singing a song somewhere, and then you wake up to meet the same song you were singing in your dream playing. So it will sound like, oh, okay, and it is because you are playing that song while sleeping. That is why you are able to that's why you are singing it in your dreams. So that is why they may think that some of these things are things we transfer to our dreams. But when we come to reality, some of these things have spiritual backings, like
Yes.
you were saying. And
Yes.
then that is why I think other philosophers will
Yes.
build theories upon and have some criticism about it.
Very true. Thank you very much. Very true.
Sister Gift, we are listening to you, please.
Oh, okay. I wanted to also share my thoughts about
Listening.
Spencer's theory.
That's
Okay, so when we look at the theories that we are supposed to talk about in our book, it indicated that our concern will be on these scholars: Herbert Spencer, E.B. Taylor, Sigmund Freud, and Emily Durkheim. Herbert and E.B. Taylor, their theories were anthropological theories, and it's from anthropology. So when you look at anthropology, it's the science of human beings. That's the study of human beings and their ancestors through time and space, and in relation to physical, character, environmental, and social relations, and most of the time their culture. So we are dealing with the origin, nature, and destiny of human beings. So Spencer, through his anthropological theory, was basing on human beings, the makeup of human. And we all know that human, we are not only made up of the body, but we have the body, the soul, and the spirit. That is why when he suggested that we dream, so as we are living, we dream, and the other part, which is not the physical body, is there. So he believed in the ghost theory because he believed that there is a reality, there's a physical being and a spiritual being. When you sleep and you dream, the person that you see or the people or the characters in your dream are the spirit being. As a human being, remember you are made up of the body, the physical being, the soul, and the spirit. So let's not confuse ourselves with the dream that he was talking about or the theories, the ghost theory that he was referring to, because anthropology deals with the ancestors, tracing to the origin of the culture and the characters of people. So as humans, as we dream, yes, we dream because we are spirits, and the spirits being, we cannot take it out from ourselves because nature, we are made up of it. So when we sleep and we dream, it's normal because we are human. We are not. It's not only the blood that is in us that is making us the human that we are, but we are spirit, soul, and we have the physical body all together. So that is what Spencer was basing on. That looking at the human nature, we have our ancestors those who are past, those who are dead and gone. We still believe in them, that they are part of us. And our environmental and social relations, our culture, because of humans that we are, we also believe that we have certain cultures and characters, and the environment is also part of us. So I think he was coming out with this theory based on the science of human beings, not necessarily on spirits or on science. He was saying that yes, because human beings are made up of the spirit, they will definitely sleep and dream. And they relate such dream and the power of the ghost to the culture and the ancestors, because we believe in the ancestors and we believe that ghosts exist. That is why when
No,
we
madam,
sleep,
Madam Gifty, sorry to cut you.
yes,
You know, it
okay.
seems there's a contradiction here because at one point you are positing that Spencer didn't believe in spirit, but at a point you have also accepted the fact that Spencer believes in spirit for the fact that
No, I'm not
humans,
saying
there's
he
a part of
didn't
us.
believe in spirit.
Okay.
Some were saying, some were not understanding the spiritual parts of it. that he didn't believe in spirit. And I'm saying that human beings are made up of spirit, soul, and the body.
Okay. Thank you very much.
So
That's
no,
a beautiful note. I think doctor is in, and let's
Doctor
give
is in
him
the
the
house.
platform.
Welcome, doctor.
Thank
okay,
you,
thank you.
brothers and sisters. Human beings have spirit, soul, and body. I see. I don't believe that. I think that I am only matter. I am just like um, um, any other natural objects. I'm not different from the other objects out there. Well, that is just my personal position, not from religious position. Um, Someone is saying Spencer didn't believe. Another says Spencer believe. Most of these scholars that we are looking at were atheists. In other words, some of them did not really subscribe to religion. We have looked at the various theories of divinities. Most of these scholars were atheists. Some of them were agnostic. In other words, they didn't subscribe to any religious belief, but that did not prevent them from doing an objective study on religion. That's the first thing I want to point out. So we could check if Spencer was religious, or in other words, if Spencer subscribed to religious beliefs, or he was anti religion. In other words, he was an atheist or agnostic. We can check from our chat GTP or somewhere later on. Right. Before I left, I wanted you to carefully think about this work of Spencer on the origin of religion. Just a quick summary. Spencer says that the primitive people were very observant. In other words, our ancient forefathers and mothers observed nature. And when they observed nature carefully, they saw something. They saw that certain things exist in pairs. And that is what has been given the name dualism in nature. Dualism is a scientific, a philosophical term that talk about the polar opposites of things. So day and night, good and bad, light and darkness. So that is what we refer to as dualism: body and mind, spirit and matter. So these polar opposites is what we refer to as dualism. But they made observation of basic dualism in nature: the existence of day and night, the appearance and disappearance of the moon and the sun, the egg and how the chick comes out of the egg, and the rest. And then they transferred or transferred this same observation to other things that they have observed, that is, to their dreams. When they sleep, sometimes they see themselves in their engaging in activities whilst they are asleep. And to the top of that, they could even see past relatives in their sleep. So the primitive man drew a conclusion that there must be the double part of human beings, that those who are dead are not just dead, but they exist as ghosts. And this prompted the primitive people to start honoring, revering, or propitiating. The word propitiate means to sacrifice, to give token of, food, drink, flowers at the graveyard of these people. Spencer's conclusion is that this simple practice of the primitive people later gave birth to the worship of ancestral spirits. And that, from that, evolved. So evolution here evolved the worship of many gods. And from the worship of many gods evolved the worship of one God. His overall conclusion, therefore, is that the basic denominator or the basis of all religious beliefs and practices that we find in our world today starts from ancestral worship. And ancestral worship is whereby people revered key figures in their communities, in their families, in their clans. And over a period of time, some of these key figures evolved and became gods. And from that, the idea of one God came about. I gave you an assignment that what is your take on the things that Spencer is saying? Critically analyzing Spencer's theory, what would be your take or your thoughts? Are there some good points that we can comment? We can say to commend Spencer as novel contribution he has made to the subject of the origin of religion? Or are there certain things we can say to say that, well, he seems to not have got it right at this point and that point? And that is the evaluation stage of each of the theories that we are looking at. What is your thoughts on Spencer's theory?
Hello, Doc.
Yes, you have the floor, Daniel.
All right. So, my take is this. For one, Pensa, in trying to analyze the origin of religion and then bringing out his theory, one thing I see as, even though his analysis and presentation and everything appears to be logical in some sense, but in another sense, he does not use anything that we can point at as an empirical kind of evidence that backs his theory. So, in the sense of everything that he presented, I see it hang on assumptions. So that's one thing I see. And
We give
then,
you 10 over 10 for a very good observation, a very good criticism. His
thank you.
theory is not backed by empirical research. It appears to be an armchair research. It appears to be a speculation. He did academic speculation, and he did not really study any society out there. There is no primitive society in this world anywhere that he studied as a case study to draw these conclusions. So his conclusion doesn't have any basis. So it is more of speculation and armchair research. And for that matter, it is difficult to accept his theory as, the appropriate, or if you like, um, um, a correct theory, or if you like, it is difficult to take what he's saying as the definitive the definitive facts on the origin of religion. And that's a very good point. He does not back his research with any empirical data. One, we don't know whether he studied any society, any primitive society, and he did not. And his work is more of armchair research. He did scientific speculation, and that makes his findings difficult to be accepted. That is a good point. You were on a second one.
So some of us are also there.
Hello, Daniel. Were you on another point?
There are so many people who have raised up their
Yes,
hands,
please.
sir.
Good. If you can
Okay,
go ahead,
so
or
let me
another
give the
person want to
opportunity.
also talk.
Yeah, I
Yeah,
think I
please
should
let
rest for
another
other
person
person to
also
talk.
talk.
All right. Antonia said another person should talk. So Dan, please hold on and let's hear from another person. Gifty, Your hand is up. Okay, if Gifty is not
Please, Brother
ready,
Gift,
another
you
person can talk.
Sir, please, can I?
Yes, go ahead,
Yes,
Matthew.
Yeah.
I think Spencer's theory is also flawed because he seems to declare that the worship of the spirit or the ghost becomes the origin of all religions.
Right.
It seems to be a bit flawed because not every society believes in ghost worship. And
Very
as
good. It
Daniel
means
mentioned
that some of you
earlier,
have read
he
the
did not
material.
study other
Thank you.
societies to
Thank you.
determine.
Right. That is very good. Not all societies practice ancestral worship. And for that matter, to generalize ancestral worship as the origin of all religions is a flaw. So that's a very good point. Very good. Any other one?
sir, please, can we say oversimplification?
Oversimplification. Good. Can you explain that to us? Someone just said Spencer's theory can be criticized for oversimplification. Can you clarify that for us?
Hello.
Yes, we are listening to you.
Sir, please. Can I say that it's too narrow? He narrowed his theory based on only ancestral worship, whereas there are other origin of worship like worship of the uh, uh, things, existence, things like sun and moon and other beliefs of that stuff.
Yes, you have already said it, and I think it's a good point that um, um, Spencer, in his bid to find a common denominator or a common object or a common activity as the basis of all religion, neglected other natural phenomena that primitive people propitiated or that primitive people communicated with in the religious sense, like the sun, the moon, the river bodies. So that I think is a very good point. It's another very good point. Please, do we understand her point well?
Yes.
Spencer
Yes, sir.
wanted to find a
Yes, sir.
common denominator of religion, and by so doing, he neglected other important natural phenomena that primitive people communicated with. For example, the sun, the moon, and the rest. Thank you.
So, sir, please, does that explain
Sir,
the oversimplicity that Antonia mentioned?
yes, and that's what I
Yes,
wanted to say.
yes. Yes. So that can also be linked to the oversimplification point of Antonia. Right.
Then, sir, please, could you take it again?
Okay. So we are saying that um, Spencer, his theory, he narrowed his theory on only ancestral worship, where we know or where there is evidence to believe or to believe that indigenous people also communicated with other natural phenomena or propitiated with other natural phenomena.
Josephine, please mute yourself.
Right. Is it better now? So
Yes, sir.
Spencer narrowed his theory on ancestral worship, whereas primitive people communicated with other natural phenomena such as the sun, the moon, the river bodies, and the rest. Now, this neglect makes his theory an oversimplification. He simplified the origins of religion to just primitive people's engagement with ancestors. But the origin of religion could be more complex because it has to do with primitive people's relationship or connection with even the natural phenomena such as the sun, the moon, and river bodies, which they worshipped at some points in their lives. We will move on to the second theory, which is by Edward Bennett Tyler, and his theory is called the animism theory, one of the most popular theories on the origins of religion. And remember, E.B. Tyler defined religion as the worship of spirit beings or as the worship of supernatural entities when we were looking at definitions of religion. And that definition was referred to as theological definitions of religion. Now, the theory of E.B. Tyler, Spencer, and R.R. Marriott have been referred to as anthropological theories because these theories seems to look at the activities of the primitive man, and it also comes from scholars who seems to have engaged in anthropological studies, that they were interested in anthropology, and so their theory, always relates with the ancient societies and how human beings interacted with the world around them. That is why these three theories have been grouped under the term anthropological theories. It centers on man, that is the primitive man and his environment. So the centrality of this theory is about the primitive man, the ancient primitive people. And that's why we call the theories anthropological theories. The second one is E.B. Tyler, and his theory is simply referred to as animism theory. And in some works, it is called the soul theory, the soul theory. Whereas the first one is ghost theory. This is the soul theory or animism theory. E.B. Tyler also used dreams of primitive people to explain the origins of religion. However, he is of the view that the notion of religion starts with the soul and not ghost. For him, primitive people, through their dreams, visions, concluded that while they are asleep, they are at the same time engaged in other activities. And the part of their body that is active in their sleep, they refer to that part as the soul. So Tyler referred to the part of the human body which is conscious whilst the person is asleep as the soul. And a primitive man transferred the idea of soul to both living and non-living objects in nature. So, in essence, the idea of soul gave birth to the idea of spirits, and which latter developed the idea of gods, and from the idea of gods, we would have the idea of one God. Therefore, his conclusion is that animism is the minimum definition of religion and how religion began. Again, the word animism comes from a Greek word anima, Anima means soul. I don't know whether it is Latin or Greek, but it comes from one of these words. Anima means soul. So the worship of soul, that
Sir,
is
please,
the soul
It's
in,
Latin. It's
very
Latin,
good.
sir.
it's
So
like
the
Yeah, Anima
soul
Christi.
in
Anima
natural,
Christi, sir.
right? The soul in living and non-living objects. The worship of these souls is the beginnings of religion. That is the conclusions of E.B. Tyler. That primitive people observed that all natural objects have soul. The stone has a soul, not just only humans, animals. You might have heard, according to some accounts people in this class, that there are certain animals in the bush which are believed to possess soul. They call it sasa. That such animals, if you are a hunter and you mistakenly kill them or kill such animal, you may have to perform some rituals. Otherwise, some bad omen may happen to you or your family member. One of such animals is owl. And then they have other animals. I've forgotten there, but even deer. I think deer is also one of them. Akan people have the notion that these animals have what we call sasa or soul. So it is just a confirmation of what E.B. Tyler observed or is writing about. In a lot of primitive societies, they denoted, or if you like, denoted the idea of soul to not only humans, but to all natural objects, everything in nature, including river bodies, the natural objects in the sky, in the sea, on the land. And for Tyler, the worship of these, the soul in these natural objects, forms the basis of religion. So his theory is a very straightforward one, and it builds on, if you like, it uses the same premise that Spencer uses. But the point of departure is that ghost is the origin of religion or ancestral worship in Spencer, but for Tyler, the propitiating of the inherent soul that is in all natural objects marks the beginning of religions. Understood?
Yes, sir. Sir, please, my question is, can we relate this to totems as well? Totems.
It depends on what you tell us your meaning of totem. What do you mean by totem?
Sir, please, you were saying that Tyler relates this theory to all natural things and believes that every natural thing has a soul, living or non-living.
Right,
And you were talking about Sasa according to accounts. And
right,
I believe that there are some of the animals that are revered in the various ethnic groups.
right,
Especially when it comes to in tone and in tro.
right,
So I was asking whether we can relate that idea to
right,
the totems we have in the various indigenous African religions.
right. Maybe what I would say is that I am yet to learn from some of you whether the totems of the various clans and communities are bequeathed with soul. The fact that these animals are revered doesn't mean that they bequeath them the concept of soul. For example, Kwakwa Debi, the crew of the Asuna. I don't think the Asuna people think that Kwakwa Debi has a soul. So we are talking about two different concepts here. A totem is a revered object, animal, or if you like, animal or any object of a particular society or clan. Right. So yes, the reverence and the special treatment of that animal makes it, or that object makes it, a totem. But it is not to say that the reverence of the animal or of that object or denote that the object or the animal has a soul.
So please, can I
So
come in to help a little?
yes, yes,
Yeah, so the two terms are just emblems,
right,
some kind of symbols used to represent the clan. So I agree with you saying that they don't necessarily mean they have souls. Thank you.
right, yes. So my sister, that is what I would say. You see, for animism, the animism theory is very clear and sharp that all natural phenomena, both animate and inanimate. So when we talk about animate natural phenomena, humans, animals, the animals in the sea and in the forest and on land, these are the animate objects. And the inanimate object, like the river itself, the sea itself, the plants, the stone, that big stone in your village, the mountain that is standing there, all these inanimate objects are seen to have a soul. So that is the meaning of animism. It is the notion that both animate and inanimate object possesses a distinct spiritual essence or soul. And according to Tyler, the propitiating of the soul of these objects gave birth to the idea of polytheism or spirits, the worship of spirit. And from the worship of spirit evolved the worship of many gods. And from the worship of many gods evolved the worship of one God. So you see, there is this theory is also influenced by the principles of evolution. And again, the scholar is just trying to give a verifiable account of something that we see it with us today. How did religion come about? So he is trying to give a very systematic explanation based on facts and, if you like, evidence, empirical evidence. Right. Now, if that is understood, then we would like to quickly evaluate the strengths and weaknesses of Tyler's theory. What do you think would be the strength of this um, theory of animism by Tyler? And what are the weaknesses can we point to into his theory? Please, I'm listening to you.
Tell me.
What are your thoughts on the strengths? Any positive criticism of Tyler and his theory of animism, and any negative criticism?
Also,
Yes, madam.
yes, please. So, I can say that from the strength of what he proposed or his theory, it's like most of the traditional society practice it because when you come to Ghana here, since most people believe in this spirits, that's they believe in this water, praying to the water and other mountains and other stuff. So I think uh, um, it's a universal idea. Like even when you consider Ghana here, people still believe in that spirit, those inanimate objects.
Right. So, in essence, you want to say that Tyler's theory captures a very unique feature of indigenous religious practices.
So please, can I also share my thoughts?
Let us finish digesting what sister has said, that
Okay.
Tyler's theory, which is at least the minimum, it gives the minimum definition of religion, that they believe in spirit beings, seems to capture a common feature that is found in most primitive societies, and we can give him credit for that. So Tyler's theory or observation that the propitiating of the inherent spirit of natural phenomena like the sun, the moon, the river bodies seems to be universal to most primitive societies, and that is a good observation. That is a very good observation, a very good point in Tyler's theory. So on the
Sir,
positive
please,
side, I
the
think we
line
can
is
commend
breaking.
Tyler for that. Yes, the floor is open.
Please, your line, we can't hear you well.
Sir, the line was breaking, so we didn't hear you well.
Okay, so what I said is that on the positive side, we can praise or appraise Tyler's theory that it captures a universal feature of most primitive societies. That is the worship of soul, of inanimate objects, or of natural phenomena. So his theory captures a universal or a very important feature of primitive religious practices. That is the propitiating of the inherent soul in natural phenomena.
Sir, can we say his work was systematic? Systematic
Well,
framework.
we can then say the same about E.B. Herbert Spencer, because all that they are trying to do, they want to give a systematic explanation of how the phenomenon of religion came about. But in terms of criticism, we can rather even question, how did the idea of soul develop? How did primitive people conceive the notion of a soul? Tyler says that it came from hallucination. It came from just their psychic experiences. And that's really makes it very difficult to really accept that the concept of soul, which is so important to the study of religion, came from the hallucination of people. So it is not convincing enough for Tyler to conclude that the idea of soul developed from primitive people's hallucinations and psychic experiences. That is a very important criticism we have to note. We can say, I am repeating the same point, that Tyler sounds unconvincing on the origin of soul by attributing the origin of soul to primitive people's dreams and hallucination. He is committing what we call "if I were a horse" fallacy. He is committing a fallacy called "if I were a horse." In other words, what it simply implies that if he was a primitive person, he would have also conceived the idea of soul from dreams and hallucinations. And that is a fallacy. Another criticism is that there is Tyler claims that the idea of soul gave birth to the idea of spirit. And this is also challenged because from evolutionary perspective, some people who are held to be nearest to the prehistoric people held both the idea of soul and spirit together. What it means is that primitive people believed in the idea of spirit and soul concurrently at the same time. It is not that the idea of soul would later give birth to the idea of spirit, but they had the knowledge or the belief in soul and spirit at the same time. So we cannot accept E.B. Tyler's claim that the idea of soul gave birth to the idea of spirit. It sounds a dubious claim. It sounds unconvincing. And that is another criticism pointed against E.B. Tyler.
Hello, Sise.
Yes, madam.
So please, so does it mean that per E.B. Tyler's theory, does it mean that he only believed and thought that this thing came in existence, it just came without maybe an external force that's commanded?
Please, before let me ask the person whose microphone is on to kindly unmute. Someone's microphone seems to be giving us a feedback. Thank you.
All right, sir. Please, I was asking, so does it mean that he also ignored
Excuse me, sir. Excuse me, sir.
Yeah, go ahead.
Excuse me, sir. Yes, please, sir, please. We are not hearing you. Your line is
Someone
breaking.
is already on the floor, so let us listen to the person, okay?
All right, sir. So I was asking, does it mean that E.B. Tyler's theory, he ignored the presence of maybe God, because we Christians believe that there is a supernatural being that commanded all these spirits, all these is it animal, the soul, the water, these mountains that he was talking about. We believe that God created all this, or it was someone founded it. But in his story, it seems he never spoke of that supernatural being.
All right. Thank you, madam. I think if I would allow, some of your colleagues would answer this your question. We are not we have not met here as Christians and Muslims. We have met here to not to look at things from our Christian beliefs perspective or our
Okay.
Muslims beliefs perspective. So that is the
Okay.
first thing you would have to try and adjust
Ignore.
yourself to. Right.
Okay.
So here we are looking at how certain people have thought about the origin of religion, and they are not looking at our Christianity or our Islam or our Hinduism. They are trying to look at even religions that predates these ones. So E.B. Tyler does not have in mind our Christian God who commanded these things, which whereby we believe. That is not what we are looking at here. We are looking at a specific work, and in that work, he is just thinking about how people became religious, and he think that the idea of one God has its genesis from the idea of several gods, and even the idea of several gods even emanated from the worship of spirits. and then the worship of spirit also emanated from the worship of souls. So it is an evolutionary something. So, well, as you believe, it is a counter, it counters what you know in your religion, that God creating the other object. In this sense, it is rather human beings' relationship with the other object that gave birth to the idea of the supernatural God. I don't know
Okay.
if you get it.
Yes, please. Yes, please.
Right.
Thank you.
Thank you. We'll pick one more criticism on E.B. Tyler's theory,
Okay,
and we can move on. Yes, Gifty.
fair. Okay, so I think Tyler reduces religion to um, mainly intellectual function, as he
Okay.
attempts that early humans or the primitive man tries to explain natural phenomena through death and dreams, and
Right.
he ignores the social and emotional and the other cultural functions of religion. So
Okay.
I want to criticize that you cannot stand on only the intellectual function of them to prove that yes, this is the origin of religion. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So I think your point is that E.B. Tyler only concentrated on the intellectual aspects of religion without considering the emotional and the social activities that people participated in for religious reasons. All right, we welcome that as well. But one more criticism we can mention is that most primitive people think that the creatures and the material objects have souls, did not have souls like their own. For example, African traditional people distinguish between the souls of human and the souls of animals. The souls of humans and the souls of objects are not the same thing. But E.B. Tyler seems to have lump all of them together as a common thing, that it is a common soul that can be found, that the soul of the tortoise is the same as the soul of the human being. But primitive people, as we find in African traditional societies, for instance, distinguish between the soul of a human and the soul of natural objects such as the mountain. The soul that exists in the mountain is not the same as the soul that exists in the human being. E.B. Tyler did not make this distinction clear, and that is another negative criticism of his theory. He did not distinguish between the concept of soul that inhabits natural objects and human beings. But primitive people, or some primitive people, for example, in African traditional societies, were very clear that the soul of a human is not the same as the soul of a mosquito, or of the soul of the river body, or of the soul of the mountain. They had clear distinctions among the several souls that were around. So, among the criticisms, E.B. Tyler is not clear on the origin of soul. Two, he seems to have lumped all souls together. Three, um, he he also said that the idea of soul led to the idea of spirit, whereby there is evidence to believe that primitive people were very clear. Some of them worshipped the idea, the soul, and the spirit alongside. They had knowledge of the soul and the spirit at the same time. It is not that at a period of time, say 100 years, primitive people knew only soul, and then later they came to know of spirit. No, that is another criticism E.B. Tyler faces with his theory. Right. Please, any question up to this point?
Hello, sir. Please, mine is in a kind of suggestion question form. I want to be
Right.
clear that can we say that E.B. Tyler was biased on his uh, theory, in the sense that he lacked the field knowledge. So we would say that he didn't get a field knowledge of his theory. So maybe like the first theory, he also did a library theory. He did a library research and then arrived at assumption that okay, then this is what is happening, and did not have a scientific backing.
Well, we can say that the reason why we cannot bash or condemn E.B. Tyler of being an armchair researcher for so much is the fact that his notion of animism is very popular in primitive societies, and that is why he is not so much condemned, or we cannot condemn him for armchair research. Notwithstanding that, there are other generalizations that he made, which we have
Sir,
pointed some out.
sir, good evening.
Right.
Sir, good evening.
Hello. Go ahead.
Sir, please, good evening.
Yeah, good evening. Go ahead. Hello, we can hear you. Go ahead.
Yes, sir, please, what's his scientific proof?
What? I can hardly hear your question.
I'm asking whether his findings is being backed by scientific proof. Sir, please, I'm asking whether his findings is backed or was backed by scientific
Okay,
proof.
so you want to ask if E.B. Tyler's theory is backed by scientific proof. Okay,
Yes,
so
please.
what we refer to as scientific proof here is that when we want to ask, do primitive societies or did primitive societies believe that certain natural objects and human beings have the notion of a soul? The answer is yes. So that can be taken as the scientific proof
Yes.
that it is verifiable. What he said can be found out there, that there are societies, ancient societies, and even today, which believed that human beings and natural objects have some indwelling spirit. That indwelling spirit or component is what he gave it the term anima or soul. So we can term that as the scientific proof. But if you are referring to a laboratory proof, then we cannot find that in a discourse like this. And remember, in the human sciences, the proof that we want are not laboratory proof. We want proof that is verifiable with our senses, and our thoughts can be found in books and can be situated in history. These are the proofs that we work with in the human sciences. Thank you.
So can we say that
Okay, so
in the human sciences, it's hypothesis but not fact?
They are not what? Can you come again, sir?
So he said they are hypotheses but not facts. Can they say that?
He's asking.
Oh, okay. Um,
Well, it's both yes and no, but hypothesis leads to facts, right? If
Yeah.
hypotheses are tested and confirmed as true, then it becomes facts, right? So not all of them remains as hypothesis. Some of them have become facts, social facts. Yes. Yes. So somebody was also wanted to say something. Please, can you
I'm
come
the
with
one
your
say.
right? Go ahead.
Yeah, so okay, sir, please. This theory of animism, that
Right.
is spirit, that is objects, places, and creatures possessing some kind of spirit.
Right.
Sir, please, I
Possessing
want to ask.
inherent soul, a component that can be termed as soul. How I want that word. Thank you.
Okay, soul. Okay,
Mm-hmm.
but yeah, let me use the soul rather. Yeah. So could it
Mm-hmm.
be that that is the reason why sometimes, say, sometimes you can go to a place, okay?
Mm-hmm.
You can go to a place, then your inborn spirit or your inborn behavior, that is your instincts, speaks to you
Mm-hmm.
that maybe where you are isn't good. You have some kind of feeling within you that where you are standing is a bad place. A typical example is sometimes you can even go to a church and you will have the feeling within you that the kind of spirit they are using there isn't good for you. So sometimes you just leave and then you never come back. I'm just using the church as an example.
Right.
Like a
So
place that
your
you can
your
sense some kind of.
example, yes, your example of a human instinct speaking to
Yeah,
you and communicating something to your inner feelings, communicating something to you about where
for a
you find
particular place.
yourself.
Yeah, yeah.
Um, seems to be an overstretched example. It's too stretched. It's something that is like an overstretched example that we cannot accept here. And it is also a subjective experience. Not all of us in this class have that experience. Maybe I have never had that experience. But where we want to limit the examples to is that we have group of people out there who have the notion that there are certain forces, if you like, inherent forces or spirit, as you use your word earlier on, which according to Spencer is soul. Sorry, Tyler is soul that lives in these objects. So these objects are not just physical objects as we see them. There is something in them as well. They have inborn soul, just like human beings, according to some religious people, also have inborn souls. That is the example we can just cite. So if you go to African traditional religion, the Odum tree is not just a tree. There is a spirit in the Odum tree. The river and Cobra is not just a river. There is a spirit living in the river, or the river has a soul, which according to Tyler has developed to become a god, if you like, a spirit or a god now living in the river. So that is basically the example that we want to limit ourselves to, and not that of people's subjective feelings of certain places not being in tune with their spirit as good or bad. That looks too overstretched, and we will not accept such an example here. Thank you. um we are going to end here because our time is
Sir,
far gone, and I will not take it for granted that some of you have other things
please.
to attend to. Are you saying something? I couldn't hear you.
Sir,
Yes.
I'd wanted to buttress on primitive men having the idea of natural things having soul. I
Okay.
don't know if I'm permitted. Yeah. So
Can we
I
can we
read
say that
that
his conclusion?
primitive men practice a certain type of practice called sympathetic magic,
Uh,
where even before they left for hunting, they
Okay.
would draw the animals that they wanted to kill with arrows in them, killing them
Okay.
spiritually, or they believed that
Oh,
the
okay. I
souls
wanted to ask
the
the last
souls of
question.
those animals had been killed through
Yes.
the drawings. Eh, wow, I'm on the floor, please.
Yes, you are still on the floor. We are listening to
Aha.
you.
So they drew animals that they believe they will go to hunting to kill with arrows in them, killing them spiritually. And they believe that the drawings with the arrows in them had killed the animal's soul already, even before they left for hunting. And it was kind of magic because when they left for the field for hunting, it worked. The animals they saw, as soon as they shoot, they never missed because they believed that the soul of the animal had been killed already. This was a practice by primitive men called sympathetic magic, and I believe they based on the idea of those animals or natural things having souls. Thank you.
I think a very good submission, but your submission falls under the topic of magic, primitive magic, and that is not what we are looking at today. It's a very good submission you have made.
Yeah, I was
Primitive
only making
magic.
only making the assertion that they believe in the concept of soul. The reason they
Yes, so
practice that
the
magic.
idea of belief in soul, that natural objects possesses soul, is confirmed. I mean, there are a lot of primitive societies that practice or had such beliefs. As Ghanaians, we don't even need to travel beyond Ghana. That our own indigenous ethnic communities had the notion that there is some spiritual component of natural objects or phenomena around us, the rivers, the mountains, the trees. So that is already confirmed. We don't even need this magic example to come to ascertain the veracity of what E.B. Tyler is saying. Right. We would end here, and
Hello there, please can I add?
before I will let you add, let me make my final conclusions and then you can add. I wanted to just make a point and there was an interruption. So we would end here and continue with the other two theories. That is the psychological theory of the origin of religion by Sigmund Freud and the sociological theory by Emil Durkheim. I would just urge you to read on these two scholars' work ahead of our next week meeting so that we can quickly go through them and move on to the next chapter of our course. Thank you. Madam, now you can come with your contribution or question.
Thank you, sir. Sir, please, I want to also add that um, when we take the primitive man, for instance, he
Mm-hmm.
believes that everything inanimate has a soul, just as Tyler is saying. The reason being that even herbalists, when they go to the forest for these herbs to be brought home,
Right,
they believe
right,
that those those trees, those herbs, spiritually, they could talk, they could do everything. That is why
right,
sometimes they even place money under
right.
that tree before they are able to pluck whatever. So I believe he has a point in what he said in a form of his theory. Thank
Yes,
you.
good. So that's a very good contribution. So that is one of the positive um, strengths or one of the strengths of Tyler's theory, that the notion of natural objects and both animate and inanimate objects um, being assigned with soul seems to be universal across or in most primitive cultures. And that is one of the strengths of his theory. There are thousands of evidence to affirm E.B. Tyler's claim that primitive people assign soul to natural phenomena. such as trees, herbs, river bodies, and the rest. That he got it right. Where he didn't get it right, or where we are still not convinced, areas such as how did soul itself originate? Then the concept of soul leading to spirit is also another area of contention that we seems not to be too clear. Right. So your job is just your job, the first part of your job is to be able to give a clear and precise outline of the author's account or the author's theory. So when you take E.B. Tyler, in about 10 sentences, what is his theory about? Then the second part of your task is what are your evaluations? And your evaluations should include maybe one positive point and two negative points. When we say negative, that is criticisms, pointing weaknesses or hole in his theory. And the strength, if you think his theory holds any water anywhere, then you also mention that out. So that is the outline we are using to study the origin theories. One, our ability to describe the theory. Who propounded it? What is the name of the theory? What are some of the key points in the theory? That is what we are supposed to do. And then what are our evaluation? What are our take? What is your take on that theory? So these are the two things each of us we have to do on all the theories for the purposes of exams, but not just for exam, even for understanding. And look at how now some of us are able to link what E.B. Tyler is saying to some of the things that our forefathers believe in, which some are still happening today. So you would see that way back in the 20th century, some European scholars sat down to think and write, give a systematic account to explain the origins of religion. They are not exhaustive, but in the absence of any, we at least dwell on these theories to get a fainted or a fair knowledge or glimpses on how religion might have started among primitive people. There is no conclusion on it, but at least we will get some fair, we can entertain some, you know, some ideas on how it all came about. Right.
Hello, sir.
Yes, please, sir.
Sir, please, last one before you close. As
Okay.
part of the positive, let me say, result as for E.B. Tyler's theory, can we see that it is the theory helps to preserve the natural environment?
I think maybe not the theory, but rather probably primitive religion. That the primitive notion
Society.
of natural objects having soul and making them revere these objects in a way preserved the environment. So it is not the theory, but rather the people's religious practices. So maybe when we are rather talking about importance of primitive religion to the environment, then we can raise such a point. But here we are just looking at the positive or the strength of Tyler's theory, and his theory makes us to understand. It gives a clear, in-depth or insight into how primitive people related towards their environment. So yes, when we are talking about the benefit of primitive religion to the environment, we can agree with your point. But we are not here to talk about the advantages or the importance of Tyler's theory to the environment. we are rather looking at the importance of his theory in improving our understanding about the origin of religion, the importance or the strength of his theory in promoting our knowledge about the origin of religion. That is what we are looking at. Thank you. So guys, we would end here and continue again. Thank you for your time, your patience, and your activeness. I really enjoy and appreciate that. And I hope you can sustain that through through the rest of our meeting. Thank you very much and have a good evening.
Thank you very much, Doc. We are so much.
Madam Sylvia would like to speak to me. I think I've seen something like that. Madam, where is it?
Josephine.
Okay.
Thank you, Doc.
Good evening, sir.
Yes, Madam Josephine.
Please, sir, I just joined the lectures. I am a new student. I have not
Okay.
registered my courses yet.
Right.
So yesterday I called the office and they gave me this platform. They added me to this platform.
Right.
So I don't know whether there is a specific platform for the religious studies learners so that I can join it, or if this is
I think there should be a WhatsApp platform. Personally, I'm not on that platform, but
okay.
some of your mates on the Google Meet maybe are aware of that platform. Somebody should help you to get to that platform, and you can get access to the materials, and you can do some peer study, or you can start reading on the unit 1 to catch up with us. Is that okay?
Okay. Very
right.
good. Thank you very much, sir.
So please, guys, kindly help Madam Josephine to find herself on your platform, and to also
We'll
get
do
the
that.
materials that she needs to get, so that we'll be on the same plane. Thank you very much.
Thank you very
You
much,
are
Doc.
Huh?
Theory. The first one is the ghost theory. The ghost theory and the E.T. Tyler theory.
Madam Josephine, drop your number so that we add you to the
Okay, thank
platform.
you.
Causes of souls.
Hello, Auntie Eva. Me too, I'll drop my contact. Okay. Me too, I'm not on that platform. 020 020 82 82 49 585 585. Please, the name. Is this
I'm
Josephine?
Pearl. Yeah, in Chroma. No, I'm Pearl. Yeah, in
Pearl.
Chroma. Pearl.
Okay.
Please, I just his number. Please, can I give it to you? Hello, Auntie.
Yes.
Yeah, please. My number is 027. This is Josephine speaking.
027
027
Mm-hmm.
65
506
506.
506
Yes, please.
0276566
Yes, please.
Auntie Josephine.
Yes, dear.
Please, the platform, my network hasn't helped me this evening. The network, the platform you said you're adding them, please, is it there? Introduction to
I'm adding
Religious and
them
Human
to,
Values,
yes,
or a
to
new one?
this one, introduction and human religion and human values.
Okay, that one they am on it. Okay, thank you.
Can I also add
Please,
give
I'm
you my
equally
number?
out on it. So if you could please add me,
So
administrator, please.
administrator, please can I
Hello.
also add my number? 0243.
1 minute, 1 minute, 1 minute.
Okay.
Uh, zero,
Because
Two,
I don't know.
0243
zero, two, 4, 3,
45
uh,
83
4, 5,
83
8, 3,
51.
8. So 0243458351.
Yes, Ruben.
Ruben, okay.
Hello, Madam
Okay.
Eva.
Hello.
Madam Eva, can I also drop mine?
Let me finish saving
Hello,
this number before. Yeah, hello. Let me finish saving
Madam
this
Eva,
number
please.
before.
Okay, that's fine.
Madam Eva, I suggest
Okay.
you rather give yours so that anyone who is not on will hire you and then you do that because Aisha, you can be taking it one at a time.
Okay. It's true. Okay, so my number is 024051 024051 another 51 another 5111. Okay, 0240515111. Madam Eva.
The name again, please.
Yes, so
Zero
the
two
name
four
is
zero
Eva.
five.
0240515111.
Okay.
Okay,
Okay,
Madam
yeah.
Eva.
Thank you.
Hello, Madam
Yes, ma'am.
Eva.
Yeah, hello.
Yeah, please. My major is Ghanaian language. Please, can I get any of the Ghanaian language platforms so that the three
My
platforms so that I'll be
major
able to.
my major is English, so I can only add you to maybe this one.
Okay.
Mhm.
Okay, so please, if any of us is on the Ghanaian language platform, please kindly help me to get to that platform. I beg you. Thank you, Madam Eva. Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Hello. Hello, Madam Eva. Hello.
Yeah, hello. Yeah, hello.
Madam Eva.
Yes, hello.
Add my number to the RH. Hello.
Yes,
Hello.
hello. Hello.
Add my number to the WhatsApp group. Hello.
Which of them? Which of the WhatsApp group?
RHB.
Is it this particular course? For this course?
Yes, please. Yes, please. Hello, Madam Eva.
Hello. Yes. I'm listening. Talk. Hello.
Yeah, for this particular call. So my number is 0242.
Wait. Let me 0242.
242.
Another 242.
56. 0242
Uh-huh.
56 no 56
Five
00
five six. Mm-hmm.
00
00
10
mm-hmm. 10 zero two
0
four two
and
five six 0240. Is
00
that it?
0242
024. Mm-hmm.
256
Yes. Continue.
00 10
Your network. Your network is. Your network is very bad. 0242560010. Yes, I can hear you. Zero. Is it zero two four
yes
two
please Madam Beatrice
five six zero
yes
zero one zero?
56
Beatrice.
56 00 10
Okay. Madam Eva, please, God willing, tomorrow I will give you hi on WhatsApp and you Okay. help me out with the course we are doing for the major, since you are doing the English as your major and RME as I have not been able to register, so I'm waiting for the 1st November if they open. Please, who is this? Is this Josie? Then I do the registration. No, this is Pearl. Pearl, I've added you to this particular platform, the Switch, the religious. Yes. Okay.
Okay.
Please, do we have the Old Testament too? Is there another group there? Yes, another group too is there. Since you said you are doing religion as your minor and then English as your major, I'm doing the same. But I was not able to register. I just paid my Okay, fees I three will days ago. add you to the English, and then The we have religion. curriculum studies in English, and then the use of English, and then the Old Testament. So I will add you. Okay, so that's for the course for this blog. Yes, for this blog. Yes. Okay, thank you. Thank you. But I'll have you, God willing. Okay. Good night. Bye. Bye.
Please, is the class over? Hello? Hello? Hello?